The knock on the van window might as well have come from outer space. Pitch black, parked up on the side of a country road, and in a metal box being pummeled by a storm that had left half the country underwater. My wife and I practically jumped out of our skins at the rat-tat-tat on the driver's side window. I could see nothing except rivulets of water pouring down the window, and the sudden idea of someone leering at us on the other side made me deeply uncomfortable. I hesitated for a moment before I wound the window down. Couldn't help but think of hook-handed men and lonely couples stuck in the middle of nowhere. But when I heard the muffled sound of someone trying to talk to us, I swallowed the worst of my nerves and pressed the button to wind the window down. "Wouldn't stay here." The old man shoved his whole head through the window so it could be heard over the storm. I couldn't help but cringe backwards, and I was reminded of being in a safari with the window down, the way the wild beast come pushing in looking for food. Thankfully, my wife, Leslie, managed to stammer out a reply before any awkward silence could fester. Pardon?" "Can't stay here," he repeated. "This lane will be underwater by midnight." "Oh," I replied. "Damn." I was feeling fairly deflated by this point. I hadn't pulled up in the middle of nowhere to sleep in a van because it was my first choice. We'd arrived here only after spending a good 6 hours trying hotel after hotel, only to find they were either underwater or booked to the gills with people escaping the floods. "Do you know anywhere we could go?" Leslie asked. "We just need somewhere to park up." The old man grimaced and shook his head. "Not around my land, sorry. Ain't falling for that again." He looked in the back as he said this, as if to gauge who we were. Might have been the bong, or my friends Ryan and Meg lying stoned in a sleeping bag, but something back there amused him. He let out a nasty little snort laugh. "No way, ain't having squatters again. Best bet would be the Weeping Ram," he added. "The what?" "Hotel, about half-hour up the road." "What was it called?" Leslie asked. "The Weeping Ram?" She immediately began typing on her phone, but the old man gestured with his hand for her to stop. "Won't find it online, love," he said. "Look, you go straight and take the third right." Leslie, diligent as ever, took meticulous notes as he spoke, but I had to fight not to roll my eyes. Something about the old man had rubbed me the wrong way, and once he left, I said as much. "Half tempted to just stay here," I said as I played with the keys in the ignition. "He probably just wants us out the area, unhappy with the undesirables lurking so close to his land." "Yeah, but if it floods, we're in real trouble." Ryan appeared out the back, red-eyed and tired, but clearly having paid more attention than I thought. "Please don't sink my van. It is literally my only possession in life." "He's right," Leslie added. "We can't risk getting caught in the flood." "What's this place meant to be like then?" I asked. "Don't know," Leslie shrugged. "I can't find anything about it online." "Quaint as hell," Ryan said with an easygoing nod of the head. "Old world offline vibes, like some ancient B&B or something." "Bloody creepy is what it is," I replied. "Nothing about it online?" Leslie, still scrolling, shook her head. "Better hope we don't end up starring in the West Country Chainsaw Massacre," I grumbled. Nobody laughed. So, with a bit of a grimace, I turned the keys and began to pull the van out of the banking I'd parked on. Leslie smiled and gave my leg a reassuring squeeze before feeding me the first of many directions to come. "At least we know it has vacancies," I said as I rolled the van to a stop on an empty gravel lot. "Is that a thatch roof?" Leslie cried while ignoring me. "Oh my god, it is!" Meg cooed. her blonde hair and round face making a brief appearance by the front seats. "Let's get in there and take a look." She quickly disappeared back into the rear of the van where her and Ryan set about gathering their things. "Oh, come on, Mark. It is quaint," Leslie said. I couldn't help but grimace. This funny-looking pub we'd been sent to by some stranger was in the middle of nowhere, situated in a small valley between two stony hills, with a view overlooking an overgrown field below. The land might once have been used for farming, if only for grazing animals, but now it looked desolate and dingy. Rain-lashed thorns and thistles and spiky thickets of grass were just about the only thing we'd seen in our headlights on the way up. And sure, the Weeping Ram was somewhat quaint, with its expansive thatch roof and a hand-painted sign of a pained-looking sheep that swung fitfully in the wind, its lumpen white plaster facade adding to the medieval rustic vibe. But I got the feeling the place was going to be full of cobwebs and spiders and dust and miserable old locals with no sense of humour. And where the hell were we? The stormy night had eaten the road behind us, erasing all sense of time and place as we drove down a muddy gravel lane, until out of nowhere the turning the old man had warned us about appeared and led us to the pub. With the rest of the country running in circles because of the storm, I couldn't shake the feeling we'd crawled into a forgotten corner of the world, one best left alone. Did people really come here to get drunk or stay for the night? Did people drive here to come to work, or to eat, or cook, or serve drinks? It wasn't just out of place with the internet age, it seemed out of place with civilization itself. My suspicions were confirmed once inside. There was barely enough room for the four of us to cram into the small, poorly lit corridor, so Ryan peeked ahead and found the main drinking hall off to the right. Passing through, our feet scuffed an ancient stone floor, and I noted the horsehair plaster on the walls that likely predated the First World War. It reeked of mildew and damp, and yet the air seemed dry and musty at the same time. There were only 4 tables and 2 booths for drinkers, and a dark, hardwood bar that some potato-faced man likely served booze from. But for now, it was all deserted. No patrons, no bartender. The only sign of life was the faint flicker of light from the candlelight sconces. "Oh my God, this is crazy," Megan cried, grabbing Leslie's arm to draw attention to the light fittings. "Look at that." Leslie agreed enthusiastically, but I tuned it out as I walked up to the bar and ran a finger across its greasy grain. It was dusty as hell, like it had gone unused for years. Behind the counter were a few racks for spirits, a couple taps, and a single door that led into some unlit space. Could have been a kitchen or a storeroom. Had no way of knowing. But I stared into the darkness and felt an uncomfortable sensation gather in my stomach. It looked like something was moving back there. But why would someone be lurking in the dark? "Do you think the owner's back there?" I didn't hear Leslie approach, so I couldn't hide my fear when she spoke, jumping like some spooked child. She made no mention of my overreaction, not even a chuckle, and for some reason, that bothered me more than if she'd teased me about it. "Let's see," I said, and went behind the bar and into the darkness. Using my torch as a light, I scanned the room, seeing a dusty old kitchen with pots and pans that hadn't been used for years. Left to right and left again. I looked carefully for some sign of life. I was sure I'd seen someone moving around. I stepped deeper into the kitchen, and when my light caught the leering grin of an old woman, it took all my resolve not to cry out. Without meaning to, I dropped my phone and went to pick it up while stammering out the best greeting I could given the circumstance. "Excuse me," I cried, unable to shake the image of the strange-looking face I just glimpsed in a dark room. "Sorry, I didn't mean to intrude or anything, it's just we were directed here by—" The word stopped dead in my mouth when I stood up and brought the light up. There she was again, that old woman, eerie grin and wide eyes, pallid white skin, hands held together in front of her like an elderly headmistress supervising some exam. And she hadn't moved since I'd last laid the torch on her. Not an inch, not a millimeter even. There was no motion to her, no breath, no reaction, not even the constant darting micro-movements of the human eye that are barely perceptible, but always, always there. Somewhere, my mind told me this must be a mannequin, not a person. Too uncanny, not right. And yet, it couldn't be. She was so lifelike. I couldn't help but take a few steps towards her, noticing faint, downy hair along her cheeks, liver spots by her hairline, and 1,000 other details that I refused to believe were the product of some crazy artist working with wax. But her eyes did not even dilate when the torch glinted directly off their glassy surface. No human could stand in darkness and have a torch beamed into their eyeballs and not even flinch. It just wasn't possible. "Oh my God," I muttered before realizing I had to show the others this incredible find. Slowly, I backed out of the room, not yet willing to turn my back on that creepy thing, and found the others admiring the old wood-burning fireplace in the corner of the room. "Any luck back there?" Leslie asked when she saw me. "Jeez, guys," I cried breathlessly. "You won't believe—" I was interrupted by the urgent cry of a brittle feminine voice. "Oh no, just look at you poor things." The old woman appeared behind us as if out of nowhere, and my stomach hit the floor. With a warm smile and gentle, grandmotherly tone, she swept past me and towards my friends, where she immediately began cooing over them. "Oh, you're drenched. Look at you. How on earth did you make it up here in this weather? You must be freezing and hungry too." The others reacted normally, as anyone might when greeted by a friendly old landlady. But I stood rooted to the spot, not sure if what I was seeing was even real. Her clothes were identical to the thing in that room, as was her hair and face. Everything was the same, except for that deeply unsettling expression, that ever so slightly too wide grin that had terrified me just seconds before in the dark was gone, replaced with a surprised but welcoming smile. While everyone was busy being fawned over, I quickly backtracked into the kitchen and shone my light at the corner. It was empty. "Mark?" Leslie called, and I went back into the lounge. "Mark, come on. This is Bernadette. She's going to show us to our rooms." "We're not strictly open for business," the woman said, with what seemed to me to be not quite sincere concern. "But I cannot possibly turn anyone away in weather like this." She smiled at Leslie, and then at me. And for the briefest of moments, hidden in the fractions of a second where Leslie wasn't looking, the old woman winked at me. Leslie asked what was wrong, and I wasn't sure how to answer. Right there and then, sat on our bed where it was warm and safe, just the two of us. There wasn't much, if anything, wrong at all. It felt all too easy to ignore the strangeness I'd just experienced, so that's what I did. I shrugged it off, told Leslie everything was okay, and settled into bed beside her. but not before locking our door. After that, I crawled under the covers, pulled my wife close, and shut my eyes. Sleep came surprisingly quickly, although there were a few flashing images of that deathly white face haunting me in my dreams. I couldn't say what woke me. I came to with a faint impression of a loud noise just outside the room, subtly aware of a cold breeze on my right side where Leslie should have been. Now, she was gone, the covers thrown back and the bed beside me empty. Disoriented, I pulled myself upright and immediately went stumbling to the door looking for her. Arms wrapped around my bare chest to stay warm, I poked my head out into the corridor and saw nothing except darkness. Again, that subtle, almost subconscious idea of movement in the inky black. "Leslie?" I called out and waited, straining to hear something, anything, over the roaring of the rain against the pub's ancient walls. Something might have moved around in response, but I wasn't sure. It was like listening for voices in white noise. The brain can play tricks on you. Nervous and wishing that I could just crawl into bed and pretend that nothing was wrong, I went back into the room and got dressed and turned the lights on. When I returned to the corridor with the help of my room light, I could now see the doors of the other guest rooms stretching down the hallway before fading into darkness. And there, at the very threshold of the light, was someone's phone, the screen broken and the edges dented. I picked it up and could tell from the astrological stickers on the back it belonged to Meg. The door to her and Ryan's room was empty, and looking inside, I saw that the bed was ruffled and unmade, and Ryan's phone was still plugged into a power bank near the mattress. But where were they? And why was there only one of his trainers lying upside down, halfway between the bed and the door? It was like he'd been trying to pull his shoes on when something interrupted him. "What the hell?" I muttered quietly as I panned my torch across the room. God, I wanted this little nightmare to be over with. Ever since I'd seen that terrifying old woman standing in the corner of that kitchen, frozen in place like some lifelike wax dummy, I felt as if I walked right into the Twilight Zone. But I didn't know how to go about it. All I could think of was to go back out into the corridor and try crying out for Leslie. Les, come on, where are you?" This time, there was a definite sound. A muffled but clearly audible thump that came from one of the doors off further down the hallway. It sounded like it had come near the stairs, and that made sense. If the others were off moving around, they weren't going to stick around in the empty guest portion of the house, just empty doors and creaking floorboards. No, they'd probably go downstairs to find the old woman. I paused at the top of the stairwell and waited, listening for some confirmation that the others were safe and sound. I hoped I might hear them laughing and chatting, maybe sharing a drink. "Guys?" Another thump. This time, it definitely came from below. Quietly tiptoeing like some scared child, I slunk down the hardwood stairs, pressing my feet to the edges of each step where I knew the wood would be strongest and least likely to make noise. Down one floor and down another. The sound of something moving deep within the building drew me on further into what felt like a nightmare. But I couldn't just turn back. A part of me remained convinced that any second, reality and common sense would reassert themselves, that everything would snap back into place where it was meant to be. I'd find the others laughing and enjoying a drink. Maybe the girls had gone off for a chat and Ryan followed, and now I would do the same. Maybe there'd been a medical emergency. Meg might have fallen, and the others were attending to her. Anything might explain why I'd woken up on that floor alone, crying out, only for no one to reply. A lifetime of experience had taught me that childish fears went away when you shone a light at them. But then again, I had never experienced anything like that woman standing in the darkness. On the ground floor, just as the tight spiral staircase opened out into another hallway, I'd spotted a gentle amber glow. It came from an open doorway some way down the corridor. I was drawn to the first sign of life I'd seen since waking up, and pushed the door open, hoping to find my friends gathered around a fire. Instead, I found something out of a surreal nightmare. Dogs, cats, foxes, rabbits. 40, maybe 50 animals lined the walls and shelves. Stiff cotton stuffed faces and glassy eyes glaring at me from every nook and cranny of a cramped, humid room. Of course, in the country, it isn't uncommon to come across something like this. We'd stayed in a hotel in Scotland just a few weeks before, with an enormous deer head mounted over the bed. But this room wasn't some big showy affectation. It felt private, like someone actually came to that place and sat on a single empty chair looking for comfort. And no one would have ever been proud of bagging these animals. No majestic deer or threatening bears. Instead, these animals were all of the sad and small variety. There was a Dalmatian in one corner, its head slightly misshapen, a weasel missing 2 legs on a cabinet, a badger with no head, and enough rabbits to make a warren. All of them riddled with myxomatosis that left them ugly and deformed. This was not some grand display of nature's majesty. It was, at best, the showcase of an amateur taxidermist who scavenged Britain's motorways for his subjects. So where was the amateur taxidermist? And where were my friends? Hello? I had to force the lone word out of my mouth. Again, I was looking for that sense of reality and normality. I wanted to dispel the childish fear that was gripping me tighter and tighter with each passing second. Sure, things were weird, but so what? Something moved. My heart seized as my eyes darted left and right, desperately trying to make sense of what my mind insisted could not have actually happened. The room was well lit, but so full of dusty fur and old furniture, it was impossible to say. Too many shadow-lined shelves, too much space to keep track of. Was I sure anything had moved at all? I took a step further into the room and tried to make sense of it all. If I had seen something move, where? My gut told me the movement had come from the corner with the Dalmatian. I took a closer look at it and grimaced. I love dogs, love them dearly, but I didn't love that one. For a start, it was dead. Whoever had set out to remake it might have had good intentions. But come on, you can't just stuff Fido full of sawdust and call it anything other than a pile of dog-shaped sawdust. Draping the poor animal's skin over it does nothing for me, except make my skin crawl. And that goes for good taxidermy, the kind you might find on display in some eccentric's house. But this Dalmatian was all out of shape. Its abdomen bulged irregularly, its eyes pointed in different directions, and its glossy, open mouth didn't bear the welcoming smile of a friendly canine, but instead the slack open-jawed expression of some malicious idiot. Thump. The sound that I'd been following returned, this time closer than ever before. It sounded like it had just been outside the hallway. I went and checked, staying close to the doorway where there was at least sufficient light. There seemed to be nothing. But when I turned back to the room full of animals, I felt a terrible, overwhelming sensation of wrongness. The Dalmatian was gone. In the dark, something brushed against my leg, and I heard the telltale click-clack of a dog's claws on hardwood floor. Spinning on the spot, I tried to follow it, but caught only the faintest hint of a white and black animal fading into the darkness of the corridor. My torch illuminated only 3 steps of the basement stairs. Looking up from the very bottom was the Dalmatian with its strange lumpen head. The rest of it remained in shadow. It waited patiently. It did not bark or pant like any normal dog. It stared expectantly, and so far I had followed it only out of some naive hope that it might lead me to my friends. But as time has gone on, as the evening has taken on more and more of that surreal, almost dreamlike quality that made me feel helpless and trapped, I could not escape the feeling the dog was leading me deeper into the nightmare and not out of it. This was not helped by the fact that as I'd followed it onwards into the strange hotel, passing old rooms full of rotting knickknacks and cobweb-covered doors, the strange thumping noise had grown louder and louder, like the pealing of a bell. There were times that it occurred to me to turn and leave, to get into the van and just go. Maybe I would have, if I'd been in a more normal state of mind. But I like to think I would never abandon my wife or my friends. I may have been afraid, but I wasn't a coward. Leslie? Again, I hoped that she would suddenly appear, the lights would come on, the ever-present dread would be pushed back. But there was nothing. I stood at the threshold of the basement stairs and knew, sooner or later, I'd have to follow the dog. Down in the darkness, someone groaned, and it made me realize I could wait no more. A woman was down there, and I was certain it was Leslie who'd made it. As if on cue, the dog disappeared, like it knew I was going to follow now, no matter what. Heart racing, I descended and found myself in a crowded, dusty basement full of old rubbish and soggy boxes. The roof leaked in a half-dozen places, and with a storm in full effect, the ground had flooded by about 6 inches, so that my feet were completely submerged in filthy-looking water. Somewhere in the basement, I could still hear the dog's paws cut through the water in a lazy, sloshing canter. I was looking around the basement with my phone as a torch, trying to see where it was leading me, when something caught my eye. A stony, cylindrical structure in one far corner. It was an old well, common enough in a house of the era, but in an unusual touch, it had been sealed shut with a heavy wooden lid. Something about that enormous slab of blackened timber seemed odd to me. It wasn't merely a safety feature. It looked like the sort of thing you'd seal a tomb with. Behind me came another splash. This was different to the quiet patter of the dog. It was like something or someone dropping into the water. I turned towards the sound and saw Bernadette, her face twisted into another hideous grin, eyes wide and excited. I let out a cry and stumbled backwards, but by the time I managed to get back onto my feet, the old woman was gone. Close to panic, I swept my light around me and found her. She had moved and was close to my back, but she was frozen again, unreactive, like another piece of taxidermy. I wanted to run away at the sight of her standing so close, but somehow I just knew if I took my torch away again, she'd disappear, and I might not have time to find her before her bony fingers found me in the dark. Instead, I stayed in one place and slowly backed away. "Mark?" The sound of Leslie's voice hit me like a freight train. I gasped, turned instinctively towards her, and then back again to find that Bernadette had already disappeared. Aware that she might be anywhere, I focused on my wife, finding myself overcome with emotion, both good and bad, as my eyes took in the strange state of her. She looked pale, disoriented, and afraid. She stood there in a t-shirt and underwear, freezing cold, looking almost sick. But at least she was there. At least she was right in front of me. At last, some elements of this nightmare was giving way. "Geez, babes, what happened?" I said as I wrapped my arms around her. "I don't know," she mewed like a sick child. "I had these nightmares, and I woke up here. I think I was sleepwalking. I dreamt I was a little boy speaking to something in a well. I had a sister, I had a dog. The voice in the well wanted me to... God, it made me do such strange things." I couldn't help but look at the well in the corner. Her eyes followed mine, and she grimaced. "I don't like this place. Can we go? God, it feels so weird here. Am I still dreaming?" She walked forward and practically fell into my arms. With one arm wrapped around her, I held her upright and led her towards the stairs. Part of me wanted to ask about Meg and Ryan, but I knew it was more important to get her somewhere safe. We had climbed just a few stairs when I heard the sudden sound of someone barreling towards us at a sprint, their feet splashing in the water with stomach-churning speed. I turned just in time to see the old woman, face still twisted, coming out of the dark. Instinctively, I pushed Leslie ahead of me, but Bernadette was more interested in me. With an icy, hard grip, she grabbed my ankle and yanked me down. My head hit one of the steps, and for a brief moment, everything went a little wobbly. The next thing I was aware of was water rising to my ears and the sight of the basement steps receding away. Something was pulling me deeper into the dark. I tried to struggle, but a hard, rubbery hand refused to let go of my ankle. I kicked hard with the other leg, hitting Bernadette in the small of her back. To my disgust, my foot hit something like densely packed hay, or maybe even wood. It certainly wasn't flesh. Slowly, Bernadette turned to face me, her head pivoting like an owl's, while her body kept facing the other way. "My brother will look after you," she said. "He has a gift for putting people back together after they've fallen apart. Always had, even as a little boy. You don't realize just how hurt you are. None of you do. That's okay. My brother is good at putting things back together." Still facing me, eyes wide and manic, she pulled me towards what I slowly realized was the well in the far corner of the basement. "He scrapes away the scars and wounds and replaces the broken bones and withered muscles with fresh, clean, perfumed sawdust. Puts you back together one bit at a time. Did you know how hurt you were? Did you see the cuts and scars across your faces and hands? I did." She stopped at the well. With one arm and freakish strength, she effortlessly lifted the wooden slab. And so did he, even in the dark. He could see the bleeding inside and out, full of it, full of blood. You're all so full of blood. You needed help, just like me. The smell that came out of that pit was nauseating, and realizing what was about to happen, I started to kick and punch, grabbing at any part of the old woman I could while trying my best to hurt her. But all that came away beneath my nails was papery skin and mouldy sawdust that smelled of rotten meat. Bernadette climbed up to the lip of the well and swung me over the darkness. I couldn't help but look down into the inky abyss, where I caught sight of what looked like an oil leak on asphalt. A dark, murky collection of metallic colours, some of which I couldn't possibly describe in words. Slowly, something strange bobbed up from the foul fluid. A hand, gnarled and foul, began to break the surface and reach towards me. Just as I felt like my sanity was going to shatter into 1,000 pieces, I was thrown sideways into the water. There was a grunt and a struggle, and I looked up to see Leslie, her eyes clear for the first time since I found her, repeatedly hitting the old woman with a bit of wood. She was furious and unrelenting as she whacked Bernadette over and over. She had saved me, and for a moment I fell in love with her all over again. But the romance didn't last long before my senses returned and I realized I couldn't just lie there. Desperate to help, I pulled myself to my feet and rushed over. Just in time as well. Leslie went for one final swing, and Bernadette caught the plank of wood with an unflinching hand. Slowly, she tightened her grip, and the wood began to splinter. But with all her attention on my wife, she failed to notice me charging towards her. With a good shove, I pushed her over the edge of the well and into the darkness below. We heard the thick, syrupy plop, and when we looked over, we saw her struggling in the filth below. Two eyes fixed us in the dark from a soot-covered face, and I knew we couldn't waste another second. I grabbed Leslie's elbow and ran. "Let's get the hell out of here," I cried as we scampered up the steps. Behind us, Bernadette let out a blood-curdling howl. A few hours later, when the sun was beginning to rise, we had pulled up the van on the side of the road to take a moment to ourselves and go over the strange events of the night before. The storm, starting to fade by now, had made a terrible mess of the roads, and it had taken us an infuriating few hours just to find another main road, as so many of the country lanes were blocked by fallen trees and branches. But now, with traffic passing us by and electric lights visible in the distance, we had finally found ourselves on the trail of civilization. "Geez," I said as the engine died and silence settled over us both. "Did that really happen?" Leslie simply shook her head. "It was a dream, right? The whole thing. I remember sleeping and someone coming to me and I was definitely awake for my part of it," I replied. "I woke up in the middle of the night and you were missing, and I went looking. None of that was in my head. It felt surreal and all kinds of wrong, but it wasn't a product of my mind. It's hard for me to separate things. When I look back, one moment I'm a little boy scraping squirrels off the side of the road. The next, I'm me in the basement, that terrible old woman stroking my cheeks." I put my arm around her and pulled her close. "Where are the others?" she asked after a few moments. "I don't know," I replied while shaking my head. "God, Mark, we need to find them. Even if we just call the police and tell them where, we need to do something." "Do you have your phone?" I asked. "I'll call them." "No, do you?" "I lost it in the basement." I turned in my seat to look in the back, where I hoped I might find a spare phone or a laptop, something I could use to get help. But I froze in place when I saw Meg and Ryan's sleeping bag. It wasn't empty. Meg and Ryan, frozen with waxy skin and glassy eyes, lay side by side in the back of the van, holding hands, posed like cadavers or mannequins in some strange display. Dead, I figured. Surely dead. They had to be. Taken first by Bernadette, hollowed out by whatever lay in the well, and added to the collection. But that was before I saw the gentle murmuring of Meg's bluish lips, and the way her eyes looked at me as I leaned over my seat to try and hear what strange words she was whispering. It wasn't until I was so close I could feel her icy breath and smell the strange chemicals that soaked her that I realized what she was muttering in feverish terror. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. It stares in at me, pale fingers pressed against the window's glass. It's raining hard now, and with the light from inside hitting it, I can see that the water running down from its white skin has a milky cast to it that the rain above doesn't seem to have. Looking back to its face, I see it smiling at me now. Rows of grey peg teeth, too many teeth, and behind them, a grey tongue twists in that greater dark as it tries to speak or laugh without sound. I have the odd thought that it's eaten too much candy and gone rotten inside, and it's no wonder. For all its strangeness, the thing outside looks like a little girl, at least until you get to its eyes. They are black and cold and pitiless, and though it's probably my terrified mind playing tricks, I could swear there was something moving behind those eyes. Worms. And that they are what is really looking at me and wanting to get in. Across the house, I hear Allison start to scream. My stomach lurched when my phone lit up and I saw it was Allison. I didn't want to fight anymore, and I didn't think talking about it again would help anything. I told her I wanted to break up 2 weeks earlier, and while that initial conversation had been sad and hard, I thought at the time that it resolved things. I'd even hoped in time we could be friends again. But the next day she called and wanted to talk again for hours, and the day after that, and on and on. The conversation never changed. I felt like we needed to move on and find people that we'd be more compatible with long term, and she wanted us to stay together. The longer I resisted giving in, the angrier and more bitter she got. By the end of the week, she was accusing me of cheating on her, of lying to her, of using her. I told her none of that was true, and I tried to stay patient because I knew she was hurting and not herself. But eventually, I had enough. I told her last week that I didn't think we should talk anymore for a while, and I hadn't answered her daily texts and calls since then. And that was my initial impulse this time too. But she kept calling. Normally, it was only one call or text, and she was done for at least a few hours. But when she called the 4th time in a row, I got worried something was really wrong. Taking a deep breath, I answered the phone. "Travis, are you there?" Yeah, I'm here. Is everything okay? You've been blowing up my phone." "Yeah, no, everything isn't okay. I did something stupid. I didn't really mean to. I'm not trying to excuse it, but I didn't really think it would work, and then I went to take it back and... Ali, what are you talking about? I'm coming over. Just don't open the door for anyone. Keep the doors locked, and please don't open the door until I get there. Look, I'm really tired and I don't... Travis, I need you to listen to me. This isn't about us. If you don't listen to me, I'm worried you might die tonight. And then, she was gone. I stared at the phone for a long time, my mind racing as I went back through everything she'd said and tried to make sense of it. What was she talking about? Was she crazy or on drugs? Was she dangerous? It hadn't sounded like she was threatening me exactly, but people got weird sometimes when they were upset or hurting. Still, not that Allison didn't have issues, but I didn't think she tried to hurt me. I jumped when I heard the thump at the back door. My first thought was that it was Allison, though I didn't know why she'd be going around back. Walking through the house, I turned on a couple of more lights, her frantic warnings echoing in my head. She'd sounded really scared, but all the doors were locked, weren't they? That's when I heard the knob on the back door start to turn. Heart hammering, I turned the corner and leapt to the door, slamming against it as I turned the deadbolt and then twisted the knob lock as well. What the hell was... I moved off the door and over to the window, looking out the back porch. It had started raining outside, and it was late enough that it was fully dark, so I couldn't make out anything but a small dark shape leaning against the outside of the door. It looked like a short adult or a child, their ear pressed against the door, as though listening for me on the other side. What the hell? It lifted its head away from the door as it caught sight of me. A moment later, it was framed by the window and the interior light, pale and terrible, and smiling as it mouthed something silent to me with its pale lips and dark tongue. Looking into its black eyes, I started to back away. But that's when I heard Allison. Screams and pounding from the front door. It sounded like she was trying to break down the door, and maybe she was. Running back to the front of the house, I started to make out some of what she was yelling. "Let me in, now, it's coming." I took the time to look through the peek hole in the door before opening it. It was Allison, looking wet and crazy and terrified. Under other circumstances, that might have given me pause, but at the moment, I didn't feel much different. I threw open the door and she jumped in, ripping the door out of my grasp and slamming it shut behind her before turning the locks again. One of them followed me. Oh God, have you seen the other one yet? I stared at her. Other one? What, there's two of them? Her eyes widened slightly. It's already here too, isn't it? Damn it, damn it, damn it. She yelped and recoiled from the door as the knob began to rattle. She looked at the door and back to me. Do you have any guns? Frowning, I shook my head. You know I don't. Look, what is this all about? If this is some kind of prank, it's a really bad thing to... Grabbing the side of my face, she started crying softly. It's no prank. I thought it was nonsense. She trailed off as she looked around the room. Where did you see the other one? I swallowed. She's at the back door. Nodding, she took my hand and pulled me further into the house. We need to go somewhere without windows. Your office. That door locks. Pulling my hand free, I stopped in the hallway. Wait, stop. I'm not going anywhere until you tell me what the hell is going on. Grimacing, she grabbed my arm. There's no time for that. We need to barricade a room until we can get help. I shook my head. Screw that. If this is so serious, I'll call 911 right now. I pulled out my phone and held it up. You sure you want me to do that? She pulled out her own phone. Sure, go ahead. If I can't get you to listen, let's at least get the cops in the way. I don't have signal. I always have signal here. I looked back at my own phone. It was the same. And while I went ahead and tried calling twice, there was no dial tone or ringing. Looking up, I met Allison's worried eyes. Damn, fine. Let's go in there, and you explain to me what the hell this is. And after we were in my office, and the door was locked and barricaded with a bookshelf, that's exactly what she did. I haven't been dealing with this whole breakup thing well. I mean, damn, you know that, right? And I know I've seemed crazy, and then I started accusing you of stuff and... Sitting down in my desk chair, I snorted. Yeah, like cheating, which I never did. She grimaced and nodded. I believe you. In my head I do, but the last few days have been really hard, and I've been really sad and bitter. I'd normally talk about stuff like this with, well, you, but since that wasn't working, and you had enough of my crazy, which I totally get, but just saying, I went online and started reading different forums and stuff where people were mad at exes, got cheated on, wanted revenge, all kinds of stuff. It felt like it was helping, just seeing other people in that kind of pain, you know. Allison slumped down against the wall. I never posted anywhere, never gave anyone anything, but somehow I get this email a few days ago. No pictures or links, not selling anything that I could tell. Just a few paragraphs describing, well, it called it a revenge ritual. I stared at her. A ritual? The email called it the Night Hunt. I know how it sounds. At first I thought it was just an odd story or some viral marketing thing, but nothing else like that came. And I couldn't even see the address it came from. And it stuck with me. I tried to push it out of my mind, but I kept opening my phone and rereading it, and it didn't sound hard to do, and I didn't expect it to do anything really. Of course I didn't. I thought it was more like a cathartic thing, like when people burn someone's stuff after they break up. She looked back up, her expression haunted. I didn't know what I did was real. I felt my stomach twisting at the fear and dread in her voice. What did you do? She buried her face in her arms. It said to take a box. You tie it up with a bow, but before you close it, you put in something from yourself and the one that wronged you. That and some paper. And then you then take it to as close as possible to the place where you were wronged and bury it. It has to be done at sunrise. That next night, the person that wronged you, they get punished. I felt my pulse rising higher. Punished? How? Allison shook her head without looking up. I don't know. It was all nonsense, right? I didn't think it was going to work. So, what? You hired someone to punish me? She did look up then. No, you're not listening. I didn't really want to hurt you, okay? I was just mad and sad about everything. Yes, I got the box and did the thing. I went and buried it. Well, you told me we were done being together. But after that, I worried about it. I kept worrying about it all day, so after work today, I drove back out there to dig it back up. I felt dumb, but I felt guilty too. She let out a bitter laugh. But then the rain came. You know how people drive in the rain. There was an accident, and I was stuck in traffic for over an hour. and by the time I got out there, it was almost dark. I ran out to get it. I was feeling more scared about it now, though I didn't know why. That's when I saw them. I leaned forward. Who? She gave me a hollow smile. Those children. A small boy and girl, dressed in dark clothes and with super pale skin. They were digging up the box. Dropping her eyes, she went on. I wanted to approach them, but just looking at them, even from a distance in the dark, I was terrified. You could tell there was something wrong with them. Not just how they looked or moved, but something more. It was like radiation coming from them, how wrong they were. So I hid, and I watched. They opened the box, took out the note and the two things. A necklace you gave me for my birthday a couple of years ago, and a hat of yours you always wear around the yard at my place. The boy kept the necklace and gave her the hat. The next moment, she was gone. Just kind of a weird shadowy blur, like the film got sped up in one spot. And the boy? He turned and looked at me. She paused for a moment, looking around. Do you hear something? I hear banging, far away, or maybe it's my imagination. I strained to listen for a moment, but all I heard was the wind and the rain lashing the roof overhead. No, I don't think so. But so, what happened with the boy? She shuddered. He just started walking towards me, like Pepe Le Pew or something. I don't know. I just knew I needed to get out of there, and I needed to warn you. Letting out a long breath, I looked down at my phone again. Still no signal. So what? Who are they? Allison shrugged. I don't know. They aren't people. I don't know what they are, just that she's after you. And he's chased me all the way here. Standing up, I felt fear and anger bubbling up. But I tried to keep my voice even. Well, what did the damn email say about them? Just pretty much what I said. It was more flowery and all, but it was basically just, this is a ritual to screw someone over who screwed with you, to rebalance things. It said that, I think. I shook my head. And you just do this, not knowing what it's going to do or how it might hurt me, or you even? She scowled at me. I said I messed up. I said I didn't know it would really work. Why would I think it was real? Some magic nonsense? But as soon as I did it, I knew something wasn't right. And when I saw them... Her expression broke and she started tearing up again. God, I really am so sorry. I didn't know. I'll figure out a way to fix this. I was torn between wanting to comfort her and yell at her. How in the hell would you... Damn. I sighed and looked at the ceiling. What was this note? You said something about a paper you put in there. What was that? Allison sat up more. Yeah, it was just like a line of French. I copied it from the email, but I didn't know what it means. I stared at her. Jeez, just writing stuff down and putting it in this damn thing, and you can't be bothered to Google it? Her expression began to turn red. Stupid, I know, but it was just a few words, and I didn't want to know. I was... She shook her head again. I was afraid if I knew too much, then I wouldn't go through with it, and I thought I needed it. Ice crept across my chest. Because you, at least a part of you, you thought it might be real, didn't you? She was crying more freely now. Yeah, okay, maybe I did. I'm ashamed of it, and I'd take it back now if I could, but yeah, losing you made me hate myself, and that made it feel okay to hate you too. Somehow, even in the middle of everything going on, that managed to hurt me more than I'd expected. Turning to stare at the wall, I asked again, "Do you remember what the note said? Like, what the letters or words were?" I think so. It was like, "Oh la tree" or "Un la tree," maybe. Like that, but a little longer. I searched my memory from a year of college French. Suddenly, my mouth went dry. Was it "unloot"? I heard her sucking a breath. "Yeah, that sounds like it. What's it mean?" Resting my head against the wall, I didn't try to hide the fear in my voice anymore. "It means one or the other." I jerked back as I felt a dull thud in the wall. "Did you hear something again just now?" She nodded. "Yeah, me too. I think it's in the access door under the house. It comes open in the wind sometimes." Allison frowned at me. "Well, even if they go under there, there's no doors into the house, right? And they don't seem to be coming in on us yet. I don't know if that's a rule of theirs, like vampires or something." I looked around the room. No doors, but there's a ductwork under there, and every room has vents. My eyes landed on the vent in the corner of the room, just as Allison began to scream. There were tiny, pale fingers poking out of the vent holes, stealthily pushing the cover free so the path inside with us would be open. I ran over and stomped on the vent cover with disgust, trying to crush the fingers between the lines of the metal. But they were already gone. Hearing another cry from Allison, I turned to see another vent in the far corner pushing up slowly. "Get it! We have to keep them out!" She did stand up then, and at first I thought she was moving to block the vent, but instead she went to the bookcase and yanked it aside enough to open the door partially. "What are you doing? Stop that!" She turned and looked back at me, even as she slid through the gap. "One or the other, and it's not going to be you." I ran across to stop her, but she was already gone down the hall, and by the time I opened the gap enough to get through, she'd made it to the front door and yanked it open. The storm came rushing in, wind and water and darkness, and for a moment I was terrified she was just going to leave the door open and let them both in. But no. She thumbed the knob lock and went out, slamming the door behind her. I ran to the window and looked out, watching in mute horror as she walked out into the rain. "Take me! It's my fault! Take me!" And then she was gone. It had been like she said, a dark blur. Like a patch of the night went fast and then slow again. One moment she was shaking in terror, calling out into the dark, trying to fix what she'd done. And the next she just wasn't. Less than a minute later, the rain stopped. That was a month ago. There's been no sign of Allison since, and though I did report her missing after discovering a car outside my house, I haven't told anyone about what really happened. They probably wonder if I did something to her, but they'll never find any sign of that or anything else. Because there's none to find. Well, that's not entirely true. Because on that back window, where the thing that looked like a girl stared in at me, there is a permanent stain of ghostly white where a hand was pressed and dripped down. Seeing it now, instead of running down, it looks like it's grown up. A warped, pale fungus or a twisted, evil tree, grown up from the ground of the park where me and Allison first kissed, and where I told her we needed to end. Or maybe from the dark earth nestled in the shadowed corners of the human heart.
As a kid, I was raised in a small fishing community on the eastern side of Canada, surrounded by the Gulf of St. Lawrence and the boreal forest. The entirety of the land was close to 4,000 square feet, with an even smaller number of residents sprawled out over Main Street and some farming houses which had been converted into residential homes when agriculture stopped being profitable. In total, our community is surrounded by a vast expanse of ocean and a seemingly endless barrage of trees. I spent most of my life hunting in those woods, so you can imagine my joy when my parents got me a hunting dog. And while they are more fit to be herding and tracking sheep over grassy plains rather than rabbits and deer through the dense forest, it didn't stop me from taking him on every excursion I possibly could. Sandy had been by my side for enough hunting trips that he'd grown accustomed to waking up just before daybreak, and on a few occasions helped track down small game like squirrels and rabbits through the considerably large area of forest. Sandy wasn't my property, and he wasn't treated like he belonged to me. Sandy was a member of the family, my best companion, my truest friend. I think fondly back on all the times that he'd sit in the front seat of my truck without being told, ready to go for a walk in whatever part of the forest I took him to. I can honestly say that there will never be another dog that will fill the void Sandy left in my life. I find that dog lovers relate to that sentiment more than others. It was October 30th, the first day of hunting season, and I'd been talking with my family about taking Sandy and my hunting gear and some essentials to one of the cabins my grandfather owned in his heyday off an unmarked road a few hundred miles into the wilderness. This was met with a lot of protesting, but nothing could stop me from getting in some time looking for wild game in an area that wasn't already picked clean by illegal hunters earlier in the month. I spent most of my life in the wilderness. There were only a handful of times that things had gotten really weird for me, but usually everything can be explained with scientific reason. That's why I brushed off Sandy's weirdness on the first few nights, chalking it up to being nervousness of a dog that's capable of hearing far-off noises of various coyotes, wolves, bears, and moose. This was untouched territory, of course. There had been plenty of time for wildlife to set up camp here, too. The first night was fairly normal. I had set up Sandy's bed in the corner of the living room, next to the TV that looked like it came out of the early 90s. I figured I'd give Sandy the option to have some place to lay down for a while, despite the fact that he slept curled up with me 9 times out of 10. Close to about 10 p.m. at night, Sandy looked straight at the wooden door and whined. I figured he needed to piss, and opened the door to let him out, not worried about having my best friend stray too far from me. Instead, he just sat inside the door, looking out at the forest edge beyond the path. And I too stood and looked for a few minutes before deciding that he had just heard an errant critter close to the cabin. The rest of the night was fairly normal, and Sandy slept with me. The second night, I chalked the weirdness up to Sandy's stress. Earlier in the day, we'd been walking a few miles through the woods beyond the house, and I thought I heard the noise of twigs cracking under something heavy. I hoped it wasn't a moose, because my shotgun wouldn't have stood a chance, but something changed in Sandy that I didn't pay close attention to at the time. He hunched himself on his hind legs, his front pressed close to the ground, his mouth pulled up over his teeth, and he growled toward nothingness. I figured we'd try hunting again later, if whatever it was had left, and should he be feeling up to it. But once we were inside, he didn't want to move. Even when I tried to get him to go outside and do his business, he just sat at the door and cried, wailing at me to let me know that he didn't want to go out there. I didn't pressure him. If he pissed on the floor, so be it. Sandy never acted up before. I could excuse an accident or two. It must have been a bear, I thought, before locking the door and calling it a night. The third night is where things went to hell, and I still don't fully understand what happened. Sandy didn't eat all day. I managed to shoot a rabbit early in the morning, when Sandy decided that he didn't want to go outside any longer than he had to, and retired inside for the day. I cooked it up, threw a little gravy on it, and gave it to my dog. I didn't do this all the time, but I figured now was a special occasion, maybe a treat would put him in a better mood for another walk the next day. Sandy didn't touch it. He didn't so much as sniff at it. Instead, he sat at my side on the couch, watching the doorway intently. I tucked him under one of my arms, and he laid his head on my lap, eyes still locked on that door. Close to 3 hours of watching grainy VHS tapes on an outdated television set, Sandy started crying and hugging himself close to my body. This is where my judgment took me down the wrong path for the first time of many. It must sound silly, being my dog's protector rather than the dog being mine, but this was my family. I figured if there was something out there that was scaring Sandy so bad, then it was my job to do something about it. I got my gun, opened the door, and stood in the doorway and waited. I must have waited at least half an hour, staring into nothing. There was barely a sound, save for the faint buzz of insects and leaves rustling in the cold autumn wind. Moose aren't elegant creatures, and if it were a moose, I would have heard it coming. Around the 40-minute mark, Sandy took off like a shot into the darkness of the trees beyond the path, barking wildly. I started to get worried, despite my knowledge that my dog isn't entirely helpless in the wilderness. There are still bigger animals that would have liked to take a bite out of him if there wasn't a lot of food. I heard Sandy's bark fade away in the distance. I waited hours, standing in the doorway with my shotgun cocked, ready to put down whatever it was that was waiting in the woods. I waited for hours for Sandy to come back to the house. I waited until sun was cracking through the trees. Then I waited until that night, sitting on my porch step, feigning off sleep deprivation to see my dog come back. Sandy did come back, but not for another 3 days. Fog had rolled in at that point, and it was getting darker, the night painting the sky navy blue. Tracking over the last few days had proved futile, and I started to get worried that I'd need to leave and find more provisions to last me the next few nights. I couldn't leave Sandy out there, lost in the woods, cold and probably hungry. The thought that he might be waiting out there for me to find him and bring him back home was distressing enough. I was packing the things I'd need for the next day's trip. I figured tomorrow would be the last day before I'd go into town and see if my father would help me find Sandy. He was a retired, graying man, but I was sure if I brought up Sandy's name, he'd be more than willing to help me search for him. Thankfully, Sandy came back before I'd even finished that train of thought. I saw him from the window, on the path that led down to the main road, a few dozen feet away from the house. Normally, I'd hear him scamper to the doorway and paw at the door a few times, eager to come in, but this was different. I could see the reflection of his eyes as gray pearls in the milky fog that swamped the house. For a moment, I thought it might be another animal, but the outline of his body and the wisps of thick, low-lying clouds was unmistakable. Still, despite myself, I hesitated. There was something different about his body language. I stared out the window for a few moments before reason overcame my gut instinct. Sandy could be hurt, I thought, or worse. I flung the doorway open, but he didn't come right away. Instead, he stood there, watching me intently, and when he didn't move, I whistled to him. "Here, Sandy." I coaxed him toward the house. "Come on, here, boy." The way he moved was different. It was as though his hips had been dislocated, and the angle of his paws changed direction with every step, as though he'd forgotten how to walk properly. His body was bowed to the ground, but his teeth weren't bared. He didn't seem aggressive. The only way I could describe the look he gave me was sheepish, like he'd just gotten into something he wasn't supposed to, and I had yelled at him for it. I thought he might hurt himself hopping up onto the elevated step if he dislocated his hips, but he did just fine. His back half swung a little, oddly enough, and his paws almost folded underneath himself, but he didn't go sprawling. He sat on the step and didn't take his look off me. It wasn't until I had moved from the doorway completely, opened the door wide, and waited for him to walk in that he moved. Straight to his bed. He didn't stop at my hand or sniff at me. He didn't wait for pets or jump up on me like he used to. It was just straight to his bed, where he sat and watched me for quite some time afterwards. I returned to the movie at hand. I called him a few times, but he didn't respond. His ears didn't so much as raise to the sound of my voice, or the pat of my hand on the worn-out couch beside me. I'd missed my buddy, but I wasn't about to move him physically toward me. And a few hours later, I went to bed. The more I think back on it, I don't recall him blinking once. He just sat there like a statue. When I turned off the light, I could still see the reflection of jade green following me as I went into my room and shut the door. I could have sworn that I heard him walk in the night, the sound of nails clinking against the wooden floor coming up to the door of my room, but they were slow and deliberate. They weren't like the quickness of Sandy realizing I'd gone to bed and coming to curl up. I heard the noises stop outside of my bedroom, but I didn't hear his whine. I thought nothing of it and fell into a deep sleep. I figured it must have been a dream. Sandy was still sitting in the upright position I'd left him in when I went to bed. It was as though he didn't move a muscle the entire night. And when I said good morning, he didn't so much as wag his tail. He did follow me into the kitchen, but he paused at the doorway when I put his bowl down on the floor and filled it with the supermarket dog food. Once again, his back half moved weirdly as he slowly made his way toward me. There was a nagging feeling that something was off-putting about the way he looked that day. It was like he'd gotten a little longer overnight, like when he was walking to the door the night before. He didn't come into the kitchen. I figured he must have been hungry being out in the wild for so long, but he eyed me like he was waiting for me to come a little closer rather than touch the food. It goes without saying, but after a few moments of this staring contest between me and my unblinking dog, I called off that foolishness and called out his name loudly. Sandy! It's not even a flinch. I didn't want to move closer to my dog in order to leave the kitchen, but this was my Sandy, and the most damage he'd ever done was eat flies. Sure enough, as I passed him, he turned, and his body swayed unnaturally, but he didn't move toward me. When I left that day, I couldn't find anything. The deer tracks in the mud were made a few days prior and went cold off naturally made trails through the woods. I couldn't hear bugs or birds or even the howl of a nearby coyote. The only sounds from miles away from the campsite were my own breathing and the sound of crunching leaves underneath my feet. When the sun started to set, I started making my way back, but I should have just packed my shit and left. Just behind a cluster of trees, with the house just visible enough beyond the rise, I figured I found out the reason why the animals had abandoned this place. Generally, when there are mass animal deaths, that usually means that something is wrong in the area of the slaughter, and wildlife are usually smart enough to get the hell out of Dodge. Even cats are bred instinctively to not like drinking water that is close to where their food is, because if you saw a dead animal close to the stream, you'd realize the stream was tainted and find another water source. Hundreds of squirrels were disemboweled and strewn across the grass in an almost perfect circle. Most of them were skinned. When I turned to heave up the contents of my stomach, I saw there were dozens that were inside out. I couldn't help but vomit repeatedly as I tried my best to walk through the circle of tiny organs and mashed up bodies, not just over the sight, but because the smell was ungodly. I don't know how long they'd been out there, but if I'd stumbled across this sooner, I'd have left with Sandy in tow immediately after. Gradually, the bodies stopped and delved off into a random dead squirrel here or there. The biggest thing I managed to find just a few feet off the unholy feeding ground was a deer. It looked as though something had decided to skin it alive from hide to neck and drape some of the skin over a branch like someone was tanning the hide. I don't know how long it had been there, but it smelled like it had been dead for quite some time, despite the fact that there wasn't a single fucking fly. The head had been cut off clean, just above the shoulders, and then I realized the organs had been removed. I moved from a walking pace through the forest to a jog. Thankfully, the cabin wasn't too far off. I heaved one final time, wiped my mouth off on the back of my sleeve, and looked up to the house to see Sandy, watching me from the window. I tried to reason with myself and tell myself that Sandy's odd behavior could have been trauma. I know it's stupid to think of it now, but at the time, it was the only reasonable explanation I had to keep myself from going insane. Sandy had realized there was something up with this place, and the second he noticed it, I should have paid attention to the warning and taken off back into town. Once the door was shut behind me, I started packing the food and essentials back into the boxes, moving quickly to try to get my things into the truck before night came. It'd be dangerous to try and maneuver my way through the trails at night, as the hills of Kelly's Mountain were steep, and in pitch darkness, with my only companion being my headlights, It would have been easy to slide off in the ravine and never be heard from again. I didn't want to stay one more night, but I had no choice. I had just gotten back to the house, just moments before the sun finally receded past the horizon, and we were bathed in a navy blue sky once again. I didn't pay attention to Sandy. He just sat at his bed and watched me pack. I figured no harm, no foul. I'd throw his stuff in the truck in the morning and we'd be back in town before night the next day. Glancing at him for just a moment, it was a passing thought that he was looking a little longer today. And when I went to bed, it was hard getting to sleep for the next few hours. It must have been close to 4 or 5 in the morning when I heard it. It was the sound of whistling, the same whistle I used to call my dog. I broke out into a cold sweat when I realized that whoever slaughtered those squirrels and hung up that skin and left what he didn't need could have very well broken into my house. The door to my room didn't make a sound as I opened it slowly, thankfully. I waited for a moment, listening to someone call my dog for a few more seconds, before I dared poke my head out the door frame to get a good look at whoever it was that could have hurt Sandy. The outside door was open. All I saw was the back half of Sandy, too long and lanky, almost coiled around the back of the door. His front half was outside. Whatever it was that was impersonating my dog, it was whistling slowly, calling for Sandy, when I could have sworn that it hunched down to the ground again and said, "Sandy," in the most ungodly voice I'd ever fucking heard. I closed the door just as softly as I'd opened it. I don't know how long I waited with my back pressed up against the door. I knew I left my gun and my bag on my coat rack. I know I didn't sleep. I waited until I saw the sun break over the horizon, and then waited some more, until it must have been midday, and I finally got the balls to open the door again and make a break for it. I wouldn't die in that place. Sandy was gone, and the door was open. His food was untouched, but the fridge was open, and all the meat was gone. I didn't bother packing his stuff. I just threw my bag over my shoulder, made my way to the floor as fast as I could, and turned on the ignition. I couldn't describe the feeling that overcame me as I realized that I'd have to leave Sandy in this place. The thought that he could be dead was never a thought in my mind. I didn't think I could cope with the knowledge that whatever I allowed in my house, whatever disemboweled those animals, could have done the same to him. I made my way down the winding paths and the roads as fast as I possibly could without veering off the cliffs. I felt like I was turning in circles down this labyrinth that would take me back to that house, but when I reached the pavement on the stretch of road that led back to town, I felt relief wash over me, thinking I was safe. Just as I was pulling off into the cement, I felt something hard hit the back windshield, sending broken glass into the passenger seat. I only got a glimpse of the deer's decapitated head catching on the broken glass and tumbling into the back seat. I cried for most of the way home, hands clenching the steering wheel so hard my knuckles were white. I wish I could leave this with a positive note. I wish I could tell you that I found Sandy at home waiting for me. I wish I could tell you that it was the end of it. A traumatizing experience in the woods that I'll get over with time. Last night I found it hard to sleep. I kept replaying the entirety of my trip to Kelly's Mountain in my head. I figured I wouldn't be sleeping for a while and laid there, listening to the wind through my open window. I could have sworn that I heard the whistle I used to call my dog with, coming from the forest edge. If you go on trips with your dog, I advise you don't let them out of your sight for too long. What comes back might not be your dog.
I always wanted to be a park ranger. For as long as I can remember, being out in nature, hiking, camping, camping, and fishing. That was pretty much all I wanted to do as a kid. Once I realized that profession existed, it was my only career pursuit, and I trained for it like an astronaut going to outer.
I work in the South Pole. I'm aware that sounds exciting, and it truly is, but it's a difficult job with taxing hours. We were sent to the middle of Antarctica, with 1,000 miles of snow and ice on all sides. We worked a solid 7 to 5, and with a lack of recreation, we typically do 18-hour days. However, we do have slow satellite Wi-Fi, which is what keeps me sane during those long days. Regardless, all this wasn't the problem. The problem was the sheer atmosphere of oppression. The whole place didn't feel right. Many of the facility is subterranean, with covered heaters atop the roof and an entrance into a cement stairwell. The bunker is what you'd expect: gray, concrete square with men and women's bunking areas, and a few couples' rooms. A large bathroom facility with the shower and toilet stalls, plus 3 labs and a fully stocked cafeteria, all with no windows. There was a medical bay and 2 rooms with couches for therapy. After the double-section entrance was the rec room. It had a pool table and a bar. The wall was knotty pine wood paneling like from the 1970s. The rooms were all attached by a long, dingy hallway, including 2 offices with desks and chairs. I spent most of my time there. Atop the station was an observation deck, reachable with a ladder, with windows where we could see and hear the outdoors. But we usually only went up to smoke since it was nearly as cold as outside. The whole place was poorly lit, fluorescent lights and a few lamps in corners, but overall, it looked like a dingy green underground cement hell. Outside is exactly what you'd expect from Antarctica. Snow for hundreds of miles in all directions. If you have a fear of open water, it feels like that, except you have to walk in it. I was a little surprised as to why they invited so many on this peculiar expedition. There were 12 of us total. Usually 6 would suffice, all professors in our field. However, the range of work each of us did was surprising. Typically, it would be a singular field of study to accomplish a common goal, but on this expedition, there were several different professions. The first was an older, Finnish gentleman, a medical doctor who was skilled in healing injuries in frozen climates. The next was a physicist who was as surprised as us to be in the South Pole, for their work is often theoretical, and when in practice requires a team in and of itself. The next 2 were a British husband and wife team, both geologists. There were 3 men in their 30s for maintenance and driving, specialized in sub-zero conditions and masters in any repair field. Also, there was a biologist, a young black lady who wore her hair in a bun and kept her lab coat on at all times inside. She was all work and no fun. Then there were 2 therapists. Yes, therapists. The first is what you'd expect, a middle-aged lady with blonde bangs and a clipboard, always wearing a warm smile. The other, well, he was a tall, lanky fellow. He was gaunt, and his hair was jet black. Honestly, I had no idea why he would be a therapist. I myself was intimidated to even say hi to him. I never saw anyone join him in therapy unless he specifically asked them. I usually tried to avoid him. There was another man who I assumed was the cook until I saw we had to make our own meals. He was an odd, mousy-looking fellow. He didn't speak to anyone, and when I tried, he would simply ignore me. I maintained that he would be my favorite person on this expedition, since he kept 100% to himself. Me? I was the chaplain. Yeah, I know what you're thinking. There are half a dozen professionals here, and they need a chaplain. Well, I didn't think it made sense. But when I was contacted by the organization funding the trip, I didn't argue. They were offering a lot of money, and in my line of work, that is a rarity. The expedition was to be 6 months, and we were to each conduct specific experiments. I don't know what the others were assigned, but I was to journal on the religious implications of the expedition and provide any counsel for all the other participants on the trip, of any sect or faith. The counsel assignment I didn't have a problem with, but the journaling? That's the kind of thing college freshmen journal on in Theology 101. Either way, I was getting paid, so I sucked it up and spent the rest of my free time downloading movies and games to pass the long hours in between counseling. Surprisingly, a lot of people came to me for religious discussion. I won over the maintenance guy's approval when I cracked open a beer with them and talked Catholicism on the old red rec room couch. I'm a Protestant minister, so they were a little standoffish at first. We became fast friends, and even though I couldn't bless them or give confession, I think it helped ease stress to feel like they could disclose matters of faith as well as just have a fun conversation. Either way, I got along with everyone after enough time. The physicist was a staunch atheist, so we played pranks on each other frequently. I would hide his laptop out of easy reach, blaring, "Jesus, take the wheel," and he would wake me up half the days with "No Church in the Wild." I considered him my second best friend in the compound, even though that song did give me chills when I thought about how far away we were from civilization. My best friend was the odd man. He was always around the rec room when I was, and he never spoke. He wore an orange hoodie and jeans indoors, and always seemed like he was drinking alone at the dimly lit makeshift bar. I thought nothing of it, since our schedules were all different, and I could absolutely condone drinking yourself senseless in a place like this. It was lonely most days. We did our own thing at our own stations, often eating lunch there, frozen meals or MREs usually. I did spend quite some time talking with the doctor. He was a Buddhist, so we spent many mornings meditating in his medical station under the buzzing fluorescent lights. He said that the place gave him an odd feeling. It was hard to be centered here in this cement brick buried in the snow. It did get to me after a while. When I was alone and the lights were quiet, I swear I could hear whispering. After one particular incident, where I swore I heard clear words, I started wearing headphones. They helped quite a bit with filling my ears with noise and blocking out the outside world. Once a week, supplies were dropped in from the coastal base hundreds of miles away. We restocked the cigarettes, whiskey, and other non-essentials like food and water. I say that to point out whoever was paying for this was dropping serious money. I never met the main client. Rather, I was contacted through their representatives. Apparently, the man funding it was very wealthy, very driven, and very religious, and he was highly invested in this expedition. He wanted a success, but no one knew his goal with this ordeal he was funding. Also, once a week we would get out in the snow rover, a giant SUV that could ride over snow and ice. We would take a sample of the ice and examine the previous dig site from the last crew. I could not imagine the crew that had come all the way out here to build the facility, but I bet they got paid crazy money. Some days we would all go and just get out and see the sun. We couldn't leave during a blizzard, but most days only the necessary crew for the excavation would go. Whenever we went, we had to wear a harness attached by a rope to the SUV to avoid slipping down the ice and being injured. We can only go out once a week due to the outside conditions and distance to the dig site. I mention both of these to say that we were alone out here, and if a plane came Monday, and we had 7 days until it returned. Then was the first big shift. It was exactly 2 months in the base. The team who left that day were the geologist, the biologist, and one maintenance man to drive and man the harnesses. They left in good spirits and remained at the site for hours. However, they returned shaken. They burst the door in while I was in the rec room with the therapist, and we immediately noticed the fear in their eyes. The lady geologist ran to the couple's room without saying a word. Her husband chased after, calling her name. We asked what happened and noticed the biologist was crying. The other therapist entered the room like a ghost, and without a word, he ushered her into his office and closed the door. The doctor burst out and boomed, "What on earth is going on?"
I don't know,
said the first therapist. She was anxious, as was I. "Where's Jack?" The maintenance worker who drove the SUV. "Wait, where's the car?" I inquired. Opening the door to the outside, I saw nothing but our flag, a long set of footprints and miles of ice gleaming in the sunlight. We sat for what felt like hours in the rec room, all of us who didn't go on the field expedition, that is. The others were in the tall therapist's office. Panicked voices could be heard behind the doors. Finally, they all exited. The geologist went into their room without saying a word. The biologist sat on one of the empty folding chairs. The therapist stood behind her, hands on the back of her seat. She had clearly been crying since she returned.
we got there ahead of schedule.
She started, gathering her composure.
The dig site. We arrived at 0700 instead of 8, so we got to work early. At first, all was fine. Jack was in the SUV, minding the harnesses. I was chiseling away at a small patch of ice when I heard the others call down from below.
We looked at her, hanging on her every shaking word. She continued.
I slid down to the base of the hole, about 30 meters down, I think. They had struck a hard surface. We all dug together and pulled out a massive lockbox. Immediately, we assumed it was left from the last dig, but the design was old. It looked like something from World War II. It was heavy and sealed shut. We tugged the rope to signal Jack, but there was no response. We started calling out for him, but he never called back. We couldn't see him from our vantage point. After a solid 10 minutes of screaming, we made our way up the hill using our tools. We used an extra length of cord to pull the box up. It took all 3 of us, but we got it up. When we reached the top, Jack was nowhere to be found. We searched the perimeter for well over an hour, but with maximum visibility we would have seen him. We checked for holes in the ice and signs of footprints, but his earlier tracks never left the side of the SUV. We loaded the box in the back and kept searching. We noticed something then, something we absolutely should have seen already. When we climbed atop the vehicle for a better vantage point, we saw a massive single message in the snow. Run.
We looked at her in disbelief. The mutual feeling of sympathy and that I could have searched better people tend to have. She started tearing up again.
We panicked. We drove away, but none of us can operate a vehicle designed for snow and ice. We crashed into a massive pothole about a mile south of here. We left the car and walked back. The find is still there, and Jack is somewhere in that deserted wasteland.
After this, she broke down in sobs and left to the dorm. Jack hadn't answered a single radio call or even made an attempt at reaching us. The dig site was an hour's drive from our base, and we were thousands of miles from any other researchers. We were essentially powerless to do anything. First things first, said one of the other repairmen. We need to get our ride back. He suited up, then he and the other maintenance worker left on a snowmobile designed for a short distance. Now, I don't know how they did it, but they managed to bring the SUV back safely in less than an hour. By now, it was getting dark, and the search for Jack would be too dangerous to continue tonight. We didn't sleep that night. The odd man didn't even come to bed. He just wandered the halls drinking. I lay there, listening to the music drown out the sounds of silent sobs coming from down the hall. This tomb in the middle of a frozen dead zone. We were completely and utterly alone. The doctor remarked before bed, "If Jack is still alive, we may be better off out there." The next morning we set out, all of us, except the 2 therapists and the odd man, who I assumed was sleeping off a hangover. We dragged the lockbox out of the vehicle and laid it in the rec room. We loaded up and decided to deal with opening it later. We searched the dig site and the surrounding area until evening and turned up nothing. The message in the snow was nowhere to be found, and there had been no snowfall that night. We found no tracks, no signs, no body, no nothing. We returned depressed and feeling responsible for our missing companion. When we returned, however, we were greeted by an odd sight. A jet. On the snow was a ski-fitted jet. Not like the crappy junk plane that dropped us off. This was an expensive private jet. We entered the facility to the sounds of loud booming laughter. A short bald man with a white goatee sat in the rec room with the shrinks. He was smoking a cigar and wore a very nice suit. 2 very large men in sunglasses stood on either side of the door. We were slightly stunned. "Well," the man said, turning to us, "if it ain't the rest of the party." "Who?" I was cut short. "Allow me to introduce myself." He stood, extending his ringed hand. "Earl. Pleased to meet you all finally." We took turns awkwardly introducing ourselves, realizing this must be the guy in charge. He invited us into the cafeteria to have an official meeting. This was the second weird shift in the trip. He offered condolences in regards to Jack and expressed that it was no one's fault he went missing. "As for the message in the snow," he said, lowering his voice, "I would say this whole place tells you to run at some point. Don't let it get to you." He finally revealed his focus of the expedition, that we were to discover any signs of past visits man had ventured. He also expressed that he wanted to colonize the South Pole, but needed to know the psychological effects of people living here. That's why he sent the 2 mental health associates and a minister. He pointed at me saying this, making me feel exposed and awkward. He again thanked us and sent us to bed after the best steak dinner I've ever had. This guy was serious. He flew in a personal chef to thank us for our work. The next morning, after a bacon and eggs breakfast, he took us into the tall therapist's office, one at a time, to shoot the shit, as he delicately put it. When it was my turn, he was very respectful, a gesture I appreciated when no one knows I'm a minister, but it feels forced at times when there's pretense. "How are you, Reverend?" he asked softly. Well, I replied, not sure how to answer that question in light of the past days. "I'm glad to hear it." He smiled at the ground. "Son, I'm gonna level with you. You're the most important person here." "How's that?" I inquired, wondering if he's flattering me or not. "Well," he started, looking for the right words, "this trip is more for psychological research than anything." "What?" He cut me off. "We wanted a religious figure and at least 2 therapists to log the mental strain on living out here. We want to build a new civilization, but we have been testing different groups in small segments of time." "Why me?" It was the foremost of many pressing questions. "Well," he said, smiling, "I'm a Methodist boy myself, but I picked you because of an article you wrote a while back. You said in the final line that you have the same philosophy as me." "What's that?" I inquired, as I had written a few articles in my time and wasn't sure which one he meant. "To truly understand God, we must also understand his counterpart." I immediately knew the article to which he referred. It was an article I wrote after seminary on demonology in modern society. I shuddered as this was an unpleasant field of research. Either way, the man had done his work on me, but I still wasn't sure how a short article on demons qualified me for a mission in the Antarctic. I left the room with Earl, and we proceeded to rejoin the others. We predominantly listened to him rant on, rather than talk amongst ourselves. We just didn't feel right. We were here, in the warmth, while this man was bellowing on, and our friend was out there, cold and alone. I overheard many times the biologists and geologists ask to leave. At their first request, they were simply brushed off, but by the last request, he sternly reminded them that they were under contract. They resolved themselves to their rooms after that. Earl left that night, with the instruction to report our findings, if there were any, He then boarded his plane with his bodyguards and left promptly. Before bed, I swear I heard whispering from the observation deck, but when I went to see, there was nothing. The next day, a massive blizzard rolled in. We resolved that Jack had died in the snow outside. No person could survive a sub-zero blizzard after 3 days. This is officially where things went bad. We decided to open the lockbox. It was sealed by metal welding all the way around. It took a little while, but the other 2 maintenance men used blowtorches on the chest until it finally came free. They strained to pull the lid off its container. We gathered around close. I found myself closest to the box. They flipped the heavy lid over, which shook black soot loose from the chest. We coughed, and when it cleared, we saw the contents. There was nothing. Or at least, nothing important. We found a piece of string, a thimble, and salt scattered about. We sat there rubbing our heads and looking at each other. We discussed why this would be out there in the ice, so many layers deep. We talked a little while until I noticed the physicist leaving. He was pale as a ghost, so I chased him to ask what was the matter. "Hey!" I shouted as I caught up to him in the dorm. "Are you good?" He stood there shaking his head. After a long pause, he responded, "No." "What is it?" I was curious as to why he was acting so strange out of nowhere. Meanwhile, I saw the other 2 participants walk down the hall to the cafeteria. Only I noticed that the man in the orange hoodie was nowhere to be seen. My thoughts were shaken when the physicist spoke up. "Did you see the word on the lid?" he asked quietly. "No." I was confused. I must have missed it. "Can you read Hebrew?" he asked, choking back tears it sounded. "No," I replied. "I studied Greek." "Wait, can you?" "Yeah, I'm Jewish. I was. I can read well enough Hebrew at least." His voice shook. "I wish I couldn't." "What did it say?" "The book," he said as a tear rolled down his face. I had never seen him like this before, and frankly, I was a little scared. "You can't buy into that." "No!" he shouted, cutting me off. "You know as well as I do that this place is wrong. It does things to you. God, the first week I chased footsteps around the shower every morning only to realize I was alone every single time. Listen." I placed my hand on his shoulder. "We're going to be okay." I wish I could say I was telling the truth, but that box did have some sort of weird feeling around it. That night around 2 a.m., I woke to the sound of footsteps. They were so loud, I heard them over my headphones. I went to check around, and no one was awake besides me. I heard soft sobbing from the couple's room, but I knew better than to disturb them. They had it pretty rough right now. As I returned to my bunk, I walked by the cafeteria and caught something awful. I turned to see the most horrendous sight I've ever seen. All the chairs and tables were scattered and flipped. Food was smeared all along the walls and ceilings, and utilities and appliances were scattered about. In the center of the floor was a massive rusted steel cross, and nailed to it was Jack. He was soaked head to toe in blood, and his eyes looked as if every vein had burst. Barbed wire covered his arms and legs, and nails were driven through his wrists and ankles. He was bald and thin, and when we made eye contact, he shook violently. Then he screeched through spattering blood. "Belfort!" Now it was my turn to lose control. I fell backwards and slid on the tile. I must have been screaming my lungs out, for everyone poured into the hallway, asking in confusion what was happening. I had urinated. I pointed to the cafeteria through tears and panicked breaths. The inside was totally normal. Nothing was out of place. No cross, no Jack, no destruction. The last thing I remember was showering and opening a bottle of Jack. It was only 3 hours later I awoke in the rec room, covered by a blanket. Jane, the therapist, was asleep on the opposite couch. She was sweet through all of this, and I'm sure she was disappointed in my lack of professionalism. I was still drunk when I stood. Everyone was still asleep, and the blizzard still blasted our compound. I wandered the hall and heard sobbing from the couple's room again. I realized in my stupor that they may need help. I knocked softly on the door, but the crying continued uninterrupted. Before I could knock again, I had to resolve myself to the toilet. I ran and vomited into the bowl, now feeling slightly more alert. As I stood wiping my mouth, I caught the brief glimpse of a figure leaving the bathroom. It was dark and tall, but I couldn't catch any more details. I finally had enough and returned to my bunk. I fell into a restless sleep that night, but I slept nonetheless. I awoke the next day to someone shaking my arm. "Wake up." My vision focused to see one of the maintenance men. "Power's out and people are missing." I stood groggily. He turned to the hallway where I could hear voices in the cafeteria. I saw the only other person in the room was the physicist. He was facing away towards the wall. "Come on," I slurred. He didn't stir, he just laid there. I only left because I saw him breathing. I walked into the cafeteria. It was lit by emergency candles on the tables, where I saw the biologist, Jane, the doctor, and the 2 maintenance men. Counting me, this was less than half of our original group. They turned, and the other maintenance man said, "Well, look who it is. You gonna scare the hell out of us again?" I didn't smile or disagree. I just sat beside the doctor and asked where the geologists were.
They won't answer the door,
Jane said, her age truly beginning to show in her tired, drawn eyes.
The other therapist as well is missing. We're going to leave,
chimed the biologist.
as soon as the blizzard dies down. Fuck their contracts.
How? We're 1,000 miles from the nearest base. I felt bad for saying, but I didn't want to risk certain death for a little cabin fever. "Well," chimed the man who woke me, "we have a massive sled we'll load with every tank of gas. Then we just have to get within 50 miles of the nearest base to be within radio contact. We have GPS. We'll drive in shifts. We'll take our time as to avoid pitfalls." "Is this agreeable?" I asked the doctor. Everyone nodded in agreement. "In that case," he continued, "I suggest we spend the next few days together, hoping the missing members return, and if not, then..." I spent the next day sitting in a daze. I had no clue why we were all so distraught. We all layered up in the dark and hunkered down. We made small talk in an attempt to fill the void. The dancing candlelight played tricks on our eyes, and the dark was oppressive. The 6 of us sat there, just sitting, just waiting. Finally, around 6 p.m., Jane suggested we check on the geologists. We stayed close down the hallway, and we heard the sobbing. It was softer, but still present. Jane knocked, waited, knocked again. Then she shouted she was coming in, but the door was locked. The maintenance man began pounding his fists and threatening to break in. He took out a kerning and picked out a key. It fit the door, and he slowly opened it to the bedroom. Inside was a nightmare. The first thing I noticed was the blood. It was everywhere. The walls, the bed, the ceiling, the floors. It covered the lamp and bathed the room in deep red. On the bed was the male geologist. His eyes were wide open in shock, and his mouth hung agape. His throat was torn out, and his legs were chewed to the bone. His wife sat beside him, with her back to us. She turned, covered in blood herself. She was crying and chewing. She sputtered the bloody meat while sobbing. Her expression turned from sorrow to one of pure, unadulterated rage. She contorted her mouth to scream, but only a hoarse gargle and bits of flesh came out. The maintenance man closed the door, and we all panicked in unison. "Get the door!" the doctor shouted. We followed him to the kitchen and pulled tables in front of the door. We piled enough furniture to board that animal in her cage. We returned to the rec room. Everyone was crying, and Jane was in the fetal position, shaking uncontrollably. "We leave tomorrow," huffed the doctor in between shudders. The blizzard still raged outside. I swear, at times, the wind was so loud it felt like it mocked me. I must have fallen asleep at some point because the massive blast woke me. I looked up to see the others jumping to their feet. We got ourselves to a ladder and climbed to the observation deck. Outside, we saw blackness expanding, all except for a large patch of light a few meters away. Through the white-out conditions, we could make out fire. The SUV was in flames. Gas tanks stacked around it. Atop the flames was a person. Upon closer inspection, I could see it was naked and dancing.
Oh, God.
The biologist lifted her hand to her mouth.
Jane?
It was Jane. She was naked and being burned by the flames. Her howls echoed through the dark storm. We watched as the fire consumed her body. She shrieked and screeched until she finally fell, remaining silent. We walked downstairs feeling hopeless. We sat in the dark of the rec room. No one spoke until morning. The physicist was still in bed. He was trying to ignore everything, but at this point, I knew he was too far gone. The footsteps were loud in the unoccupied rooms, but at this point, I had given up. We huddled in blankets and coats against the wall. We sat and we cried. A candle in front of our feet was the only light source. I closed my eyes tight so not to see the dark shadow pacing the room in front of us. The next morning, the power returned. The lights were flickering, and we stood slowly in the dim, intermittent glow. I heard music playing in the showers. We all walked together and looked inside. Within was the song "Jesus Take the Wheel" being played on loop from an MP3 player. We walked into the dull gray room and saw the physicist naked, sitting on the floor in front of the iPod player, blood appearing to be running into the drain beneath him. He slowly turned his head to me. He held up his left hand to his lips and hissed a long shh. With the other hand, he lifted his bloodied, mutilated genitals. He closed his eyes and smiled a large, toothy smile. He whispered behind closed teeth, "I like this song now." "God," said the doctor. He slowly approached the bloodied man, attempting to keep him calm. He continued, "It's okay, I'm here to help." The physicist snickered again, eyes still closed and teeth still bared in a snarling grin. As the doctor got close, the man screeched with inhuman volume and sprang forward. He tackled the doctor to the ground and sunk teeth deep into the old man's jugular. Blood ran down both the doctor's neck and the physicist's teeth. He stood, turning his violent intent to us. The doctor sputtered blood and choked for air. As the brooding man crouched to leap, a loud bang filled our ears. I fell to the ground in agony. The screeching in my eardrums was unbearable. Finally, it cleared, and I saw the physicist now laying dead in a pool of his own blood. His head was a circular wound that bore all the way through his skull. One of the maintenance workers was holding a smoking pistol. We were four now. Me, the biologist, and the other two maintenance workers. The rest were now all missing or dead, although the power to the station was down, thus ruining our chances for radio or Wi-Fi. We all paced and cried and panicked for hours until finally one of the maintenance men spoke up. "Our only chance of survival is to fix that dish." We looked at him and silently knew he spoke the truth. The outside was still completely whited out from the amount of snow and wind. "I'll go," spoke one of the men. "We'll go together," said the first. The biologist and I knew we could not argue. We watched them in their coats leave into the unforgiving blizzard. We waited for what seemed like hours, searching for radio signals and Wi-Fi. Finally, it came back. We smiled for the first time in a while and prepared for the men's return. We sat and waited, and waited, and waited. We didn't say anything, but we knew. We knew we were the last. She fell asleep in my lap after we cried ourselves tired. Before I closed my eyes, I swear I heard the giggles of a child. I woke sometime later. I was utterly alone. I yelled for the biologist. I searched each and every room until I found the last thing I wanted to find. I found her in the observatory. She wrote a lovely note about wanting to see the outside world before she died. In her arms was an empty syringe that I guess she used to end her life. Her eyes were blank, staring into oblivion. I left her in peace. Now, the reason I write this in my probable last moments of clarity, the reason we were brought to this frozen hell only to die, the reason I'm sending this out before I put an emergency flare gun down my throat. I returned to the office I had been using. I was hysterical. I saw my reflection in the display mirror and noticed my eyes were totally black. This sight brought me to smash the mirror. I sliced my knuckles, which rocked me back to reality, and in my second of clarity, I noticed the slip of paper that fell from the shattered pieces. It was a note with a picture attached. The note read, "If you're reading this, then I hope it isn't too late. This place is not what you think. The man in charge is not a religious kook. He is much more dangerous. By now, you may have found that undiscovered lockbox. In it, you found some trinkets to spook you. There's probably a minister with you to comment on the materials as evil. This is their set and setting. That black dust that flew out? It wasn't dust, and it wasn't evil. God, these people don't want to colonize. Ever wonder why you're so far away from any other bases? This is a weapons testing facility. You have unknowingly been testing compounds for a private company. This particular compound is an untraceable, psychosis-inducing strain of pathogen that is meant for world leaders. The concept is to have the enemy kill itself. If you breathe the black dust, then it is too late. All you can do is attempt to get this message out. But do not trust the maintenance men and do not trust the tall therapists. They are working for Earl. They will disappear without a trace shortly after his visit. They've logged your behavior, so even if the blizzard, which I assume you're already in, subsides, you'll be found and killed if you escaped. I'm so sorry. I lost my entire team. I wish you never would have come. I'm sorry, Dave. The picture attached was what I assume was the previous team. In red ink, a man circled and labeled me. In the picture was a mousy man in an orange hoodie and jeans. My phone buzzed on the nightstand like an angry wasp, and at first I thought it was the alarm to get up. I picked up the phone and blinked at it as I realized that it had stopped buzzing and I was supposed to have another hour to sleep, because it wasn't the alarm, it was a text notification. You have a delivery scheduled. I frowned at the phone as I looked at the sender. It was just a series of numbers, letters, and symbols that looked like someone had rolled their hand across the keyboard. Certainly not a phone number or an online store that I had ordered something from. Super weird, which meant that it was probably a scam. A foreign prince was going to send me a diamond if I would only send money first. Sure thing. Still, there was always the possibility it was legit. I hadn't ordered anything out of the ordinary, but maybe somebody was sending me something as a surprise. My birthday was next month, after all. The chances seemed low, but the idea still got enough inertia that I hadn't deleted the message, the way I usually did with spam. Instead, I closed my phone and drifted back off to sleep. When I woke up to the alarm a bit later, I found myself checking for another message. I felt a bit disappointed that there was none, and that, in turn, made me feel a bit dumb. Shaking my head, I went back and deleted the first message, and by the time I got out of the shower, I'd forgotten about it almost entirely. That afternoon, I was eating a sandwich at my desk when my phone jumped in my hand. I had been scrolling the internet, but now the top of my screen was filled with a new notification. I tapped at it and slowly sat my sandwich down as I read the full message. You have a delivery scheduled. Delivery time will be 12:45 p.m. Please be prepared at that time. What the hell? Rereading the message, I pondered it. Who gives that specific of a time? And please be prepared for what? Hey, Becky? I knew she was over there. Just like me, she never took a lunch break.
Yeah.
I stood up and leaned over the cubicle wall as I held out my phone. Have you ever gotten a delivery message like this? She took my phone and studied it for a moment before looking up at me. Her gray eyebrows arched.
No, I don't think so. Think it's a hacker or something?
I shrugged. Who knows? Probably some kids sending people odd messages as a prank. Becky gave a little laugh and went back to looking at her computer as I sat back and stared at my own little screen. The sender name was different this time, right? Still a mix of stuff that made no sense, but with more letters than before. Frowning at my phone, I debated just deleting it again. Still, something with the new message made me feel a bit excited, a little worried. No doubt it was just a mistake or an automated phishing scam, but for the moment, it was making my day a bit more interesting. So, even though I knew it was a waste of time and against my rules on responding to sketchy internet shit, I decided to text back. Who's this? What is being delivered? I didn't order anything. I chewed the rest of my sandwich robotically as I played on my phone. trying to pretend like I wasn't just distracting myself while I waited for a response. I finished watching a video about an orphaned raccoon or something when I noticed the time. It was already getting close to 1:30. I needed to get back to work, and if something was delivered, I wouldn't be home until after 6 anyway. But my guess was I'd probably be looking at an empty porch when I got there. My phone buzzed about an hour later. It was my mom asking if I was still coming over this weekend. I was starting to type an answer when my phone shook again. It was a response from the mystery sender. "You will see soon." Okay, so this is either someone being creepy or someone I know doing some kind of practical. A shrieking sound began tearing across the office, and for a moment I had the panicked thought that this was what was coming, that this sound was some terrible thing screeching and wailing as it clawed its way toward me. Then I heard Becky's voice over the noise and I looked up. "What?"
It's the fire alarm. Come on, we have to go down the stairs.
Glancing back down at my phone, I caught a final glimpse of the last message before my screen went dim. I stuffed the phone in my pocket as I went with Becky and everyone else out of the office and down the stairs to the lobby of our building. It was a slow process, made slower because I got in front of Becky in case she stumbled and went to fall. I knew she had trouble on stairs, and I didn't want her going so fast trying to keep up that she would wind up with a broken neck over what was probably a stupid unannounced drill. But when we stepped out into the lobby, I could already see fire trucks pulling up through the front windows. Something was actually going on after all. I heard anxious murmurs around me as we were ushered by security through the doors and told to cross safely to the other side of the street until they could give us more information. We did as we were told, and within a couple of minutes, we were clustered on the far sidewalk like penguins huddled together on a lonely ice floe. There were probably 50 or 60 people out there, and I realized with some surprise that I didn't recognize most of them. I'd worked in the building for over 5 years, and I hardly knew anyone outside of the guards and people on my floor, and most of the ones I did know was only in passing. It made me feel isolated and unfriendly, and in other circumstances, I would have encouraged myself to do better and be more social, but surrounded by so many people in such close quarters, all I could think was, my phone buzzed. Delivery completed. Checking my phone's clock, I saw that it was exactly 2:45 p.m. I went over to my email to see if there'd been any delivery-related messages, but there was nothing. Looking up, I saw a cop approaching. He looked tired and wary as he drew near the crowd. I could tell by his expression that something bad must have happened. All he told us was that there had been a fire and that it had been put out, but there was an ongoing investigation of the scene. Due to this, the office was going to be closed the rest of the day and possibly tomorrow, and we should call our supervisors in the morning for further updates.
You know, they pulled a few people from the crowd a minute ago.
I looked around and saw Becky looking at me. "What?"
Those cops. They pulled a few people out a few minutes ago. You were looking at your phone, but I think they got people from the 10th floor. I bet they're questioning them about something.
I shrugged. "I don't know." Laughing, I added, "Better them than me, right? I'm heading out." Nodding distractedly as she looked after the retreating officer, Becky said,
Don't forget your box.
I stopped still and turned back to her. "What box?" She pointed behind me.
That box. Didn't you bring it down with you? It's got your name on it.
"You know I didn't have any." She was right. There was a small cardboard box sitting on the sidewalk right behind where I'd been standing. "Where did that come from? Did you put that there?" Becky let out a laugh.
Did you see me with the box on the way down?
I scowled at her. "Did you see me with one?" She frowned and shook her head.
No, I guess not. I was paying attention to the stairs mainly, but I don't remember it. I just noticed it a minute ago. It has your name on it, so I figured I must have just overlooked it.
Her eyes widened.
Think this is your mystery delivery?
Yeah, maybe so. I picked up the box gingerly. It wasn't heavy, but it definitely had something with weight to it inside. I wanted to open it then and there, but it was taped up, and people were already moving toward the nearby parking deck that our office validated. I went along with the herd, hurrying to the third-floor deck, where I hopped into my car and cut the tape with my house key. The thought that this was a bomb, maybe some extension of some act of terrorism or vandalism in the building, fluttered across my mind, but I pushed it away. Why would someone target me, of all people? And it wasn't like I wasn't going to open it. I had to know what was in there, right? So I opened it, and it wasn't a bomb, it was a camera. Small and black, the digital camcorder seemed expensive and nice, though I hadn't used anything other than my phone to record video since I was in college, so I was no expert. But nice or not, it was a weird gift to send me. I wasn't some big recording guy, and even if I was, I wouldn't lug around a camera to do it. It was then that it struck me that the camera wasn't in a box or package of its own. It was literally just stuck down in a plain cardboard box. So it was a used gift, or was there something on it already? I tilted the box back and forth, making sure that there was nothing else in there before reaching my hand in. The camera felt cold against my palm, and it took me a minute to find the tiny power button on the side of it. It had one of those tiny flip-out screens, and I figured that was the best way to see if it worked and if there was already video on it. There was. Just one video. 59 seconds long. It showed a woman going into what looked like a small computer or server room in an office that looked similar to my own. The door was pulled shut behind her by an unseen hand, and when the shot pulled back, it was clear something had been wedged to keep the door from opening again. If she'd had more time, the woman might have beaten on the door and yelled. If she'd had more time, she might have called for help and said that someone was squirting something under the door because I was watching the tip of some black container being pushed against the bottom of the door and squeezed repeatedly. If she had more time, she might have begged for them to stop when she heard the lighter being triggered or smelled the faint traces of copier paper set aflame before being tossed down into the puddle trailing out from the bottom of the server room door. But she only had 15 seconds to react to the door being shut and wedged, some accelerant being sprayed into the room, and the room being set alight. After that, she screamed for help for a few more scattered, painful moments of life, but it was too late for help. Too late for anything. The fire was already eating her flesh, eating her words, eating her life. Oh God, why would anyone do this? And why would they show it to me? My phone buzzed on the seat next to me, and I let out a startled yell. I didn't want to pick it up, but I'd need to anyway. I had to call 911. I had to try to catch whoever did this. Swallowing, I saw it was another text notification, and I forced myself to tap it open. You have a delivery scheduled.
911, what's your emergency?
I got this package. There was a fire or something at the building, and I was...
Sir, I need you to slow down for me, okay? Do you feel safe where you are right now?
Yes, I don't know. I think so. I'm in my car.
Okay, that's good. So take a breath for me, and then try to tell me what's going on.
I work at... It's the building on the 12th floor. A little while ago, the alarms went off, and we had to go outside, and then we were told by the cops that the office was closed. There was some kind of investigation going on.
Yes, I'm pulling up dispatch logs and seeing the call went out earlier. Sir, if that's the only reason you're calling, then rest assured that...
No, listen, please. Just listen. I started getting weird texts this morning saying I had a delivery coming. I hadn't ordered anything. They kept getting weirder, kind of creepy. Then we were all outside after the fire alarm. I find a package addressed to me. I open it up, and there's a camera in there. There's video on it that looks like someone being trapped in a room and burned alive. It looks like it happened on one of the floors of my office building.
That sounds very upsetting, sir. You say that you watched this video?
Yeah, it was terrible, but yes.
And you think this might have happened in your building?
I don't know, but possibly.
What floor do you think it might have happened on? You know, if it did happen?
What? How would I know? Look, I didn't have anything to do with this. I just got this video randomly and...
So you think that someone just randomly picked you out to send a video of them murdering someone?
How the hell should I know? Look, I'm just trying to help catch the sick freak that did this and...
Sir, I need you to remain calm. No need to be defensive. I'm here to help. Where are you at right now?
I'm in my car. The 3rd floor on the parking deck we all use for work. It's the closest one to the building.
Got it. Sending someone to you now. Just stay in your car with the doors locked for me, okay? And stay on the line.
Yeah, okay. Oh, maybe the 10th floor.
What about the 10th floor?
My friend Becky said she saw people from the 10th floor being pulled out of the crowd by the cops. So maybe if this video is from today, it happened on the 10th floor. But I mean, the cops should already know where it happened, right?
Sure, but as you can imagine, it's been a busy day for all of us.
Yeah, sure. Are they almost here? I'll be happy to give a statement and all, but I'm kind of freaked out and I want to be rid of this thing.
Rid of what thing? What are you trying to get rid of?
What? The camera. I don't want to be near that disgusting thing.
Oh, I thought maybe you meant the bag under your seat.
What? What the hell? This isn't mine.
What isn't yours, sir? I need you to talk to me.
There's a bag under my seat with gloves in it. I opened it up. It smells really bad. What is this? Did you plant this in my car?
Sir, you're growing hysterical. Please remain calm.
Nah, you're in on this. You're trying to frame me or something.
What are you talking about, sir?
You said you asked about the bag under my seat. How did you know there was a bag under my seat?
Sir, I didn't say that. You must have misunderstood me. I know this is hard, but I can assure you, no one is trying to frame you for anything.
I don't know what's going on.
I understand. I'm here to help.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, fuck yeah. Yeah, fuck yeah. All right. I had my fun at your expense. All right. All right. All right. Yeah. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. Your expense. Have me turn. I had my fun at your expense. 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 At your expense. at your expense. I've been at your expense. I had my fun at your expense. I've at your expense. I've been turn this no, no, I had my fun at your expense. Yeah, may turn this now. What? What is it you may ask? Well, that's a folk name, no. Now. What? Well, let me turn this now. Let me turn this now. What? What is it you may ask? Well, that's a folk name, no. Duh. Oh, duh.
Oh shit, too far. Oh, oh, door. Alright. I had my fun at your expense. Let me turn this knob. What? What is it, you may ask? Well, that's a fucking knob. Door. Oh. Yeah. Oh shit. Too far. Too fucking far. Well, it's broken. Oh well, guess this will work anyways. I mean, what's the worst that fucking happened? Oh, and I guess, back to my normal voice. Now let the rest. Back to my normal voice. Now let the requisite step up and show you how it's done. Oh, that's a fucking knob. Door. Oh. Oh. Yeah. Oh shit. Too far. Too fucking far. Well, it's broken. Well, oh well. Guess this will work anyways. I mean, what's the worst that fucking happened? Oh, and I guess. Oh, and I guess. Back to my. Guess. 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 Work anyways. I mean, what's the worst that fucking happened? Oh, and I guess oh, and I guess back to my Back to my normal voice. So, oh, and I guess, uh, alright. I had my fun at your expense. Let me turn this off. Expense. Let me turn this off. What? What is it, you may ask? Well, that's a fucking knob. Duh. Oh. Yeah. Oh shit. Too far. Too fucking far. Well, it's broken. Well, oh well. Guess this will work anyways. I mean, what's the worst that fucking happened? Oh, and I guess. Back to my normal voice. Now let the rap was step up and show you how it's done. Oh, what? Well, it's working. Well, oh well, guess this will work anyways. I mean, what's the worst that well, it's working. Well, oh well, guess this will work anyways. I mean, what's the worst that fucking happened? Oh, and I guess back to my normal voice. Well, it's working. Well, oh well, guess this will work anyways. I mean, what's the worst that fucking happened? Oh, and I guess uh, back to my back to my normal. Back to my back to my normal voice. Back to my normal voice. back to my boss. Now let the requisition. My normal. Back to my new boss. Alright. I had my fun at your expense. Let me turn this knob. What? What is it, you may ask? Well, that's a fucking cab knob. Duh. Oh. Yeah. Oh shit. Too far. Too fucking far. Well, it's broken. Well, oh well. Guess this will work anyways. I mean, what's the worst that fucking happened? Oh, and I guess. Back to my normal boss. Now let the requisition. Cause bro, let him go. Now let the requisition step up and show you how it's done. Don't let your eyes. Don't let your eyes green with envy. Don't let your eyes green with envy. Don't let your eyes green with envy. green with the impact. 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 Because the impact. Because impact. Because my way with the impact. Impact. Because impact. Because impact. 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 Because impact. Because impact. Impact. Because the impact. Because my way because my weather's a plenty. Because my weather's because my weather's a plenty. Because my weather's a plenty. Because my weather's a plenty. Man till it and you're dead. Man till it and you're dead. Because my weather's a plenty. Man till it. Man till it. Man till it. Man till it and plenty. Man till it and man till it. Man. Man till it. Man till it and man till it and man till it and you're dead. Trust me, not Trust me. Trust me. Now. Trust me. Now. Trust me. Trust me. Now. Me. Not have. Me. Not have as a lead. Not have as. Me. Not have as a lead. Not have as a lead. Not have as a lead. Trust me. Not have as a lead. as a lead. Not have as a lead. As a lead. Trust me, not have as a lead. Prosperity may not have as a lead. Prosperity is the outcome. Prosperity is the outcome. Prosperity is the prosperity is the outcome. Is the prosperity is the outcome. The outcome. The outcome. My mental cure. My mental cure. My mental cure. Prosperity is the outcome. Prosperity is the outcome. The outcome. Prosperity is the outcome. Mental. Prosperity is the outcome. Prosperity is the outcome. Mental. Is the outcome. Prosperity is the outcome. Mental. Prosperity is the outcome. Mental. Prosperity is the outcome. Mental cure. Mental cure. 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 cure terror. Cure terror. Cure terror. Cure terror. Cure terror. Cure terror. Prosperity is the outcome mental cure terror. Now look my brain capacity. Now look my brain. 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 Now look my. Now look my brain. Now look. Now look my brain. Now look my. Now look my. Now look. Now look my brain. Now look my brain. Now look my brain. Now look my brain capacity. Now look my brain. Look my brain. My brain. my brain capacity. 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 And such. Your brain capacity. Capacity. T. And so. and such. Now look, my brain capacity and such. My brain capacity and and such. And such with tenacity. And such with tenacity. And such with and such with tenacity. Don't mistake my influence, that's pure sim. Don't mistake my don't mistake my influence. Don't mistake my don't mistake my influence. That's mistake my influence. Don't mistake my influence. My influence. Influence that's pure sim. That's pure sim. Influence that's pure sim. Influence that's pure sim. Ain't no ain't no need. Ain't no need. Ain't no need. Ain't no ain't no need for jealousy. Ain't no need. Ain't no need for. Ain't no need. Ain't no need for jealousy. Ain't no need for jealousy. For jealousy. Need for jealousy. Just said. Ain't no need for jealousy. No need for jealousy. No need for. Ain't no need. No need for jealousy. No need for. need for jealousy. You no need for jealousy. 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 Ain't no need for jealousy. Ain't no need for jealousy. Jealousy. Ain't no need for jealousy. Ain't no need for jealousy. Just no need for jealousy. Ain't no need for jealousy. No need for jealousy. No need for jealousy. Just said of it. Just said of it. Your strategy. Strategy. Let's read your card. Let's read your card.